began reviving Kailasa from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. Kailasa that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world. Kailasa has a potential population of 2 billion Hindus worldwide, with over 100 million applications to its citizenship already applied. Hinduism has stood over 10,000 years as an enlightened civilization, has been a global beacon of spiritual and timeless wisdom, technology, culture.
He's wearing a grey jacket. His name is Boris.
The world's ancient civilization produced more than 40% of the world's GDP.
Purpose of life is to experience oneness with the ultimate reality, Paramashiva. Life exists on the planet Earth for last 40 billion years, and 5 times life faced complete extinction on the planet Earth. But somewhere one DNA, one cell, living organism is thrown out of planet Earth, preserved inside a volcano rock. After millions of years comes back to Earth due to gravity or whatever reason, gets into the ocean and starts the life again. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the conscious science to give breakthrough to your DNA through natural selection process and to your consciousness through the conscious decision process. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a sacred spiritual science. It is not bunch of do's and don'ts. No. Please understand, it is the revelations of sacred truths, cosmic truths, powerful cognition. It is still alive, that science is available, time-tested, foolproof. This science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world. I will work sincerely and revive this spiritual science, which is the core for enlightenment ecosystem, making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva, and making all of us manifest Paramashiva.
In a world ravaged by war, ecological destruction, hatred and division, Kailasa stands as a bold vision of human potential, coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Over the past 50 years, the world has seen the creation of dozens of new countries, and so if anything, it would be odd not to see a new country formed in the 21st century. Without the protection of political legitimacy, there is an imminent danger that the great tenets, scriptures, and science of creating an enlightened civilization, which spanned 56 states, 200 kingdoms, 1700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas, will be forever lost to humanity. The Hindu diaspora are highly successful around the world. They formed the dispossessed diaspora who has been driven to other countries because they are unable to practice their religion authentically in their own country. They have flourished in countries where they have been allowed to settle with religious freedom. For example, in the United States, Hindus are the most educated and highest earning community, with 77% of them holding a bachelor's degree and 48% having an income of $100,000 or more. Although they are only 1% of the population, Hindus have launched 13.5% of the startups in the USA. They hold leadership, technical and creative positions in companies such as Microsoft, Google, Facebook, etc. This success has been repeated around the world, in the UK, Canada, Australia, etc. James Kirkup, in his 2015 Telegraph article says, British Indians are not just the most successful immigrant group in this country's recent history, but the most successful group of people, full stop. He continues, more extraordinary than the rise in numbers is how it has taken place so harmoniously and profitably for this country and those in it. British Indians, quite simply, are among the most industrious, accomplished and credible amongst us. The best of British, if you like. The same article says that British Hindus are barely 2% of the population, but 12% of all the doctors. Australia and Canada have understood the ingredients of fast economic growth of the country and are doing everything to attract the educated, rich Hindu community. Hindus are the fastest growing migrant population in Australia. In 2017, 200% more Hindus have received invitation for Canadian Permanent Residency Program. Even now, the Hindu diaspora worldwide are the richest. No divorce, have no cases of drugs and substance abuse, lowest mental disorder, no depression. Hinduism is the only religion which neither converts nor kills. absolutely non-violent, the elite sect of mankind. Because the Hindu diaspora worldwide and the Supreme Pontiff are successful in spreading their spiritual Hindu message.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamastyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalam Achalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Nama. Nithyanandam, I offer my humble obeisance, my humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And I'm welcoming all of the viewers who are gathering now as we are preparing for the Nithyananda Satsang, the most auspicious and most awaited time for millions of people across the world, the global Hindu diaspora, who are revering, respecting, worshipping the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the living embodiment of Paramashiva, and every day at this time awaiting his Nithyananda Satsang. For those of you who may not know and who are joining for the first time, this is Nithyananda TV or Kailasas TV. You might be tuning in from our Facebook channels, our YouTube channels, or from Nithyananda.tv, which is Sri Kailasa's premier online TV channel. And you can also subscribe in various ways to get more notifications as soon as Nithyananda TV is live many times with the darshan of Bhagavan himself when he is giving darshan for Bhava Samadhi darshan or for any festive occasion across the whole calendar. There's so many different occasions and times where Swamiji gives the opportunity to be in his divine presence. As an introduction to Kailasa, Kailasa is the ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the avatar, incarnation from Hinduism. And he is the guiding Jagadguru Mahasannidhananda Pontiff of over 17 different indigenous kingdoms. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the sovereign order of Kailasa, which is consisting of monks, nuns, and the global Hindu diaspora who are together working for a global movement for the superconscious breakthrough with more than 108 different initiatives for global peace and so many different extremely crucial issues that we are all facing at this time. Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University is the world's largest Hindu university with over 150 different campuses all over the world across 108 countries. And Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University is working towards digitizing, time capsuling, preserving, collecting the Hindu source scriptures. And there are over 100 million source scriptures, many of which are lost, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is guiding, spearheading a large, huge, the world's largest initiative to revive all of the Hindu source scriptures. And many of these give us the best of the world's sciences, including Hindu medicine, Ayurveda, the Hindu astrology, Jyotisha, and so many other sacred forms of knowledge which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gifted, revived, and gifted to the world so that we each and every one of us can enjoy as much as possible. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam or Pontiff of the Shamala Pita Sarvajna Pitam or the Madurai Adinam, and he is the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, one of the oldest dated dynasties of the Vedic civilization dating back all the way to Paramashiva himself. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has survived hundreds of brutal assassination and attempts to malign his character. But despite this, every single day, day in, day out, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is continuously self-available, make presence of Paramashiva, which is manifesting through him, available to all of us on planet Earth. One of the most exciting ongoing happenings which is going on at this time is the the Hindu nation building. Actively at the moment, as we are speaking, thousands of people all over the world are being trained in a special program that is spearheaded program. This program is for ensuring that the huge, vast amounts of content and the divine presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reaches out to every single person who is on the internet. Let's face it, in our day and age, more than 4 to 5 hours a day do we continuously sit on the internet, browsing, seeing our friends' photos, and seeing the photos from across the world, literally across the world, the news, the happenings, everything is at our reach at any given moment. But if we want to spend this time actually contributing to the world, doing something good, and also, most importantly, spiritually transforming ourselves, working on ourselves, then this is the program for you. E-Ambassador program is a way that Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is directly training each and every one of us in order to become ambassadors of Paramashiva, Kailasa, and 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 helping each and every one of us, training each and every one of us to become and aspire to our highest reality. It's one of the most exciting things, mostly because we are gifted with being able to sit in the divine presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself every single morning at 8 a.m. IST. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been guiding, conducting, training each and every one of the ambassadors in how we should be living, how we should be posting the content, distributing the content, and continuously organizing the vast work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the vast revival which he has done. It's truly an amazing thing. And every single day, if you are a part, we are able to have the opportunity to sit with Swamiji in not just times we're working, but extremely casual moments of jokes, small stories amongst all of the e-citizens of Kailasa across the world. It's really an opportunity that you should not miss. If you are an e-citizen of Kailasa and you have not already, sign up to become an e-ambassador today. This is your opportunity to become a direct ambassador for Kailasa and spread the message of Kailasa, of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who has happened on planet Earth here today. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made this platform, especially this very platform on Nithyananda TV, in order to continuously give a voice to all of the global Hindu diaspora across the world. All of us, 2 billion people across the world, we have to realize that the time, more so than any time else, is now to become aware of our Hindu identity, get back to our Hindu roots, get back to the Hindu solutions that the Vedic scriptures are providing for our lifestyle, and understand the need for Kailasa. Over the last few weeks, the different panels, different people have been continuously sharing, expressing their views, their opinions, their experiences on the need for Kailasa in different ways, from why Hindus should be running Hindu temples to is puja necessary for us to practice every single day. is the is the secularism is it destroying Hinduism, and how is it destroying Hinduism? How Hindu conversion is going on continuously. All of these are different topics that we have been addressing, that we have been making, we have been doing the Vakyartha Sadas and Jivartha Sadas over the last few months, last few weeks, every single day, as we are continuously discussing. A lot of panelists are continuously um, continuously becoming guests on this panel, and um, we are seeing the different experiences of people, how kailasa has happened in their lives, how Swamiji manifested in their lives, and literally the revival of kailasa is happening, how it's benefiting so many millions of people. So today we are discussing a topic which is extremely crucial, and of course we have had many people express their opinions about it, but today we are continuing this discussion on the Hindu temples and why Hindu temples should be run by Hindus. Understand that in India, the Hinduism is no longer a majority, and even though it is a even though statistically there might be claims that Hinduism is the majority, actually it is not majority. There are so many people who are being converted from Hinduism to different religions every single day. So many Hindu temples are being destroyed in so many different places, not just in India, but across the world. Understand that across the world, we had 56 deshas, 56 different countries where Hinduism was the law of the land, forming the cosmic constitution. I strongly encourage each and every one of the viewers, if you have not already, you can see the Kailasa, Good God Country video in order to understand the purpose of Kailasa and the history from which we are coming, and how Kailasa is the civilizational nation working and serving the 2 billion Hindus across the world. So going on further, we have today a presentation on the topic that we have today, and joining us for our panel will be Nithyanandeshwara and Dr. Shanti, and we will be discussing this very topic on Hindu temples. Before we go into the discussions and the panel discussions, and even hearing from Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his previous addresses on this very topic, let's just go over, see a brief presentation on this topic.
Thank you, Manitya Sadashivapriyananda, for uh, an interesting introduction for the temples. If temples are run by secular in a way, then what we are going to be. Next slide, please. Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been extending to on the planet Earth since several thousand years. Hindus have peacefully coexisted with all humans, animals, and nature since several millennia. Hinduism has offered life solutions, health solutions, way to fulfilling relationships, conflict-free living, completion-based lifestyle, signs of enlightenment to humanity. The 5 pillars of Hinduism are temples, gurukuls, libraries, goshalas, annalayas. The Guru is the sacred embodiment of the ultimate who revive these 5 pillars. Unique to Hinduism, temples are the hub of enlightenment ecosystem. Hindu temples are the infrastructures where science of enlightenment is taught and lived. A Hindu temple supports not just religious rituals and ceremonies, it provides infrastructure for security, which is like grain banks, food health care, water security, and other services. So, if we see the temple architecture, everything from the temple architecture to temple rituals is a science. If you're seeing in this picture, the whole science of how a temple will be constructed, the whole architecture is completely based on the Vedic science. In 100 million temples across ancient civilization. So if we see how many temples are exactly under the government control, in some states like Tamil Nadu, the records are available as to how many religious places are under government control. It is important to note here that the 2005 to 6 budget reports of the government of Tamil Nadu notes that there are 38,409 Hindu and Jain religious institutions are under its government management. So how many temples are exactly under the government? In Andhra Pradesh, Endowment Department has 33,575 religious and charitable establishments under its management. There are similar large number of temples under government management in several states. So let's take the example of Sri Dandapani Swami Temple, Palani, Tamil Nadu. All hundi collections are deposited in the designated temple bank account. The illustration below depicts the usage of the temple funds. Thus, we infer that 65 to 70% of the temple income is used for non-temple or merely administrative purposes. Further, archakas who perform the prayers are paid meager salaries and sometimes nothing at all. If we see latest in like a week ago in Andhra, we got a notice that the temple, the government is ready to give the salaries to the uh, Christian pastors, but in case of Hindus, the government is not completely supportive. So one may note that neither does this money go to making or running a Gurukul, which is what was once the primary function of a temple, nor is it is used for any other activity promoting the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. If we see in our ancient civilization, these temples were the way how the kings used to keep the citizens inspired. So let us see in Swamiji's own words how the temples are the inspiration for the people, the citizen of the kingdom.
The first slide, I changed the title.
The glory of the temple of the capital of Hindu kingdoms was actually the way they attracted the citizens from all over the world and the way they kept their citizens motivated, inspired, integrated to the kingdom. Amazing spiritual enlightenment based nationalism, enlightenment based patriotism, enlightenment based economy. The enlightenment based nationalism and enlightenment based patriotism, enlightenment based economy, enlightenment based integrity, understand, even when you have a mood swings, confusions about your individual lifestyle and your individual balance sheet is not giving you confidence about life, but your understanding about the common goal, the concept of civilization, if that is alive, you will not become a traitor. You will continue to be integrated and raise, and you will realize and fit yourself, discovering yourself and how you fit yourself into the society, both. Understand? The every word I am uttering is the most beautiful principles of Hindu economic policies. See, these are the principles on which Hindu education happened and Hindu policy making happened. Hindu politics is run. Hindu administration is done. Hindu judiciary functioned. Hindu economic principles, strategies were evolved and kept alive. Hindu currency was kept current. The current of the Hindu currency was kept alive through this mechanism. This mechanism used to be stirring to keep the Hindu currency current. how in the modern day the governments do. Like, for example, this post-corona, how every government is trying to revive their economy through various plans, projects, policies, grants. So every year, the Hindu kingdoms used to conduct the rituals, festivals to trigger the economy, to revive the economy, to keep the currency current. Sometimes people are made to support the common pool. Sometimes the pool is taken out and shared with people. But it was all done in a very dharmic way to keep the signs of living enlightenment. Whether you are taxed or given grants, everything was based on enlightenment, Jivan Mukti, moksha based artha, moksha centric artha. Moksha is kept as the first priority in artha or dharma or kama. Just because we had few failures in few wars and lost the land due to traitors does not mean our civilization principles are wrong. If you think just because we lost few wars and land due to traitors, the principles are wrong, you are a fool. Like how some of the fools are still believing, just if you are involved in voting alone during the election period once in 5 years, you can maintain Hindu civilization. No. A constant involvement and activism is required to keep the Hindu civilization alive and to revive the Hindu civilization. Unfortunately, even modern day Hindus strongly believe if you make the right decision on the voting day and vote, then it is all done. No. It is wrong. Everyday activism, involvement into the society is required to revive Hindu civilization and Hindu principles. I don't know when Hindus are going to wake up to this truth, but I will keep these truths alive at least in one corner of the world in the form of kailasa.
As we have established now, how the Hindu temples, everything to do with it was a science. It was a greater science, and more so than the modern day science has at all been able to achieve, been able to contribute to the world. And more so, Hinduism has contributed, and the Hindu greater sciences have done. Furthermore, applicable to all the temple trusts, if the trust spends less than 85% of the total donations in a given year, income tax and at rates applicable to individuals is payable to the differences between amounts spent and amounts received. So if the temple income is either not spent by the government or surplus, the money is in fixed deposits and the Hindu donations are taxed. This is a way that Hindu temples have become a tool to contribute to the government's treasury. Let's take the Kerala for example. Technically, the government has no say in the management of temples. However, they control the temples through their nominees in the Devaswaram board. Continue on to the next slide, please. The next slide, please. The Hundi collections are not spent promoting Sanatana Dharma or for the benefit for Hindus or for opening hospitals and orphanages. Instead, the money is spent on development and construction. Even after independence, the British policy continues, which leaves us with a very basic question that Hindus, which would, sorry, which leaves us with a very basic question that are Hindus so incompetent and corrupt that they cannot manage their own temples? The next slide, please. The most frequent excuses used by the government to control, manage, and administer Hindu temples are alleged mismanagement of funds and property by trustees, alleged mismanagement by traditional priest families, streamlining administrative procedure, preserving temple property and wealth. But the ground reality is far from all of this. State governments are brazenly looting the revenue generated out of Hindu temples. Moreover, mismanagement of temple administration by the state employees lead to rampant encroachment of Hindu temple lands. In a nutshell, this whole scenario could be depicted, and we can see how the, sorry, can you go back to the last slide? In this infographic that's shown below, it's showing how the government and the temple priests are basically having a conversation, and the real picture is shown. The next slide. The incompetence and failures of state governments in managing the administration of Hindu temples could be testified on many counts, the most glaring example among them being irregularities in collecting and utilizing rents and leases arising out of properties of Hindu temples. The next illustration gives a factual summary for the same. So we see at Hindu temples on the left side and how the rents and the donations is going and being taken by the state government. So the claimed incompetencies and failures include the rents and leases in being abysmal. Less than 0.0005% of land value is actually collected as annual rent. In the case of the Arunachaleshwara temple land in Chennai, only 0.0002 at value is collected as rent. As per the government's own audit report for the year 2010 to 2011, total collection from 30-acre of prime property within corporation limits is around the rupees 2,700 crore. Actual rent collected average is 7,080 per year across the last 10 years. The next slide, please. The fact of the temple mismanagement does not end in leakages in collection of rent and revenue. Rather, it extends to the loss of temple properties through illegal encroachment, and stats of which have been increasing with every passing day. Weak management of temple properties, corrupt officials causing huge damage to the survival of Hindu temples. All the looting or corruption of the wealth of the properties of Hindu temples is happening with the connivance of the government officials. The following illustration depicts the organized loot of temples, showing the loot of the hundis during the countings. Hundis are open once in 2 months. In many cases, the officials in connivance with the local politics loot large denomination of notes and gold and silver from the hundi before the documentation of collection. They even block or turn off all of the CCTV cameras. From the official documented collection, the government takes away 12%. In Tamil Nadu, 10% in Karnataka as admin fee, and 4% additional in Tamil Nadu as an audit fee. It constitutes 6% of temples. This is how we can see an organized loot of the temples, meaning it can be in paper, and it can be very in a disguise of being organized, being legal, but it's absolutely not. The wealth of the Hindu temples is not going towards the Hindu diaspora and towards the benefit of the Hindu ecosystem, but instead it is being used in corrupt ways. The next slide, please. As we're discussing the, in quote, shortcomings of the government in managing temples, let's look at a case study between the Sugarvaneshwara temple and the Jalkandeshwar temples depicted above. So this is a comparative analysis of a devotee-run temple and a government-run temple, and how the revenues and everything is collected. So where does the temple revenue go? It's also important to draw a parallel between the expenditures made in government and devotee-run temples to come across a clear picture on which one is more beneficial and healthy survival of temples. This infographic shows us that clear denomination. On one side, government-run temples, the salary and admin, how it is, the government appropriation, the temple-related expenses, the puja expenses. Versus, if you can see, the salary and admin is 31%, 33 lakh. Temple-related fees, 25. and puja expenses 44%. So here let's note a few points. Only 14% is going for temple related activities in the government run temple. No Veda and Agama Patashalas, means there's no Gurukul system in the government run temples. There's no Goshala, there's no Pravarchanam, no temple arts, no pilgrim welfare. So understand where all the wealth is going, where the revenue is going. 14% is obviously not going to be able to run any of the ecosystem of Hinduism. And on the other side, 69% of the revenue is going for temple activities and only 31% for temple administration. Now, this is the most efficient way, the actual way that, because the money which is being donated is going for the purpose with which it is actually donated. It's being donated for the Hindu, the and ensuring to protect all of these sciences, and the money is going in exactly that area. The next slide, please. Some of the issues that surround the maintenance of temples is infrastructure not being properly maintained, which means that it leads to the historical Nithyanandam. Completing with all the viewers for the technical difficulties. We're having some audio issues. Yes, completing with all the viewers once again for the technical difficulties. As we've been discussing the real facts about how the Hindu temples, the purpose of Hindu temples ultimately is to ensure as the center of the Enlightenment ecosystem that was established by Paramashiva himself and is being revived today. We've been discussing on this topic of why kailasa for Hindu temples to celebrate the religious sovereignty. Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been existing on the planet Earth since several thousand. Hindus have peacefully coexisted with all humans, animals, nature since several millennia, and Hinduism has offered the life solutions, the health solutions, the way to fulfilling relationships, conflict-free living, completion-based lifestyle, science of enlightenment to humanity. And the five pillars of Hinduism are temples, gurukuls, libraries, goshalas, annalaya, and among all of these, the Guru is the sacred embodiment of the ultimate who revives these five pillars. As we've been discussing, we're going on the topic why Hindu temples, and we have a point by point basis explanation, which makes it very simple. Why should you understand the enlightened masters and the living incarnations who have descended on planet Earth over and over again have created so many methods, techniques to hold the positive energy so that humanity can be helped by that positive energy. Techniques which they create to hold that positive energy and radiate it is what we call temples and is based in temples. Temples are not just created just to hold enormous energy, but they are also where the enlightened masters come and they will install their energy. All the Indian temples are installed by enlightened masters have designed a beautiful battery which can hold this energy and radiate it for thousands of years. Temples are the batteries in which they have stored their energy. The Garbha mandirs of the temples are high intense energy, potential energy which is created by an enlightened master and maintained by regular pujas and mantras. If you go and stand in front of any energized murti or deity and create a wish or sankalpa, your whole body and mind will be tuned to that thought. Naturally, it will become a reality in your life. This is the science behind the whole temples and the temples of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Temples are like satellite relay centers where the high intense spiritual energy is created, where the high intense spiritual vibrations are created and sent to all over the world to help the human beings to heal them physically, mentally, emotionally, and above all, spiritually. Now let's understand what is the real science behind the Hindu temple towers by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself.
The Hindu temple towers are nothing but the towers which can generate electricity and relay it wireless. It can generate electricity and it can generate Wi-Fi and relay everything wirelessly. There is a unique energy we had which is not in the modern day use now. It's a super science called bioenergy. Just like electricity and Wi-Fi, this is called bioenergy, the Kundalini Shakti, that was produced and relayed wire-free through all our temples. That Kundalini Shakti is responsible for individuals' power manifestation. If you see a battery, what all is required to store energy, like a mercury, all that is only installed properly in temples, under the deities, under the Dwajastamba, under the Gopurams, and the master who initiates, the enlightened master who is source energy, and that bioenergy is constantly increased through the transmitters and multiplied and relayed through the temple towers to that whole area. Whoever is staying in that ecosystem, all of them are charged with that Kundalini Shakti, bioenergy, and they start manifesting powers. Understand? This is what is the principle of sanctifying a space. This bioenergy is not in use in the modern day. I have brought it back. So I am going to install thousands of temples where this bioenergy will be produced and relayed wirelessly, just like Wi-Fi and electricity. Hindu temples used Wi-Fi and electricity also and relayed wirelessly and bioenergy. Fundamentally, Hindu temples used 9 energies. Hindu temples are 9 energy generators and amplifiers. In that, one is bioenergy, through which the power manifestation science was kept alive and taught to the world.
Hey guys, today I'm going to show you a mysterious phenomenon that is happening in the Arunachaleswara temple in the town of Tiruvannamalai. This temple is very old, at least 1300
What we're seeing in the last video, unfortunately, we have some technical difficulties playing it, but in the last video, it is clearly shown how the linga, the energized embodiment of Paramashiva, which is installed as deity in the temples, acts as a highly energized Tesla coil, meaning that it has enough power as equivalent to a Tesla coil, one of the most absorbent um, made by energy hubs made by the modern day technology. The Paramashiva Linga itself has the power to hold that much and even more energy. Now let's understand from Swamiji himself how one Hindu temple can keep a whole city alive.
One temple can keep whole the city alive, young, inspired, energetic and healthy. Because the right kind of food is served at right season in the name of prasadam during the right festivals and change of rutus. I tell you, one temple can keep whole city active, inspired, alive, young. Blessed are those who go and settle around a big temple which is full of activity, like Tiruvannamalai, Chidambaram, Madurai. Now coming up, Nithyanandeshwara Sadashiva temple in Bangalore Adina.
And now let's understand how Hindu temples are not just worship altars, but having all of the best things in life. And they had all the best things. They were literally the hub of the ecosystem, the civilizations which existed in the Hindu civilizations. One of the oldest surviving civilizations on planet Earth today. So let's watch that now.
Temples used to be the greatest, not just worship altar or connecting with the divine gods and goddesses of Kailasa. It used to be the largest, best hospitals, largest, best art flourishing centers, whether dance, music, painting, sculpting, all the best things, and psychological healing centers. All the best things of the life used to flourish from temples. Otherwise, why will our great rishis and great kings, our ancestors, the most intelligent people, will build such large temples? I tell you, Tanjore temple, Tanjavur Brigadishwara temple is still the record unbroken. Unbroken record for last 1,000 years. Nobody is able to break that record. Even to visualize and comprehend that, it took 10 years for me. Still, I have not completely made the master plan. I had the desire that I should build a temple little bigger than that. I am only in the stage of conceptualizing and visualization. It took 10 years for me. With all the latter, this modern day 3D hologram techniques, methods, I'm using computers where I can just imagine, visualize, see anything in 3D. Even with all this modern day technology, it takes 10 years for me to grasp how Rajarajan would have built, but he built the whole temple within 6 years. To study and grasp and understand the science, it is taking 10 years for me now. And still I have not yet completely finished it. Hindu temples are living place of living abodes of gods and goddesses. Not just worship altars, theology training centers, education organizations alone. Or it is not just prayer altars alone. It is living abode of gods and goddesses. That is why once a Hindu temple, the prana pratishtha is done, consecration is done, you can't move it, you can't sell it. The Hindu temple land loses real estate value. It doesn't belong to any more planet Earth or planet Earth's real estate market. There is no real estate value for Hindu temple.
Temples are the hub of the enlightenment ecosystem. Hindu temples are the infrastructure where science of enlightenment is taught and lived. A Hindu temple supports not just religious rituals and ceremonies, it provides infrastructure for free education, free food, free security grain banks, free healthcare, water, security, and other services.
The way that was flourished. And let's understand, do Hindu temples have first of all being able to practice the constitution purpose made effort or religious we have right, legal right, social right, practice the religious practice and traditions of the purpose according to the instructions to make it do Hindu have we have to ensure changing of understanding and their understanding what how is reviving that for the Hindus of in some places, the records of it is important to note that 2005 budget to 438,409.
In Andhra Pradesh, Endowment Department has 33,575 religious and charitable establishments under its management. There are similarly large number of temples under government management in several states. So let's take the example of Sri Dandapani Swami Temple, Palani, Tamil Nadu. All Hundi collections are deposited in the designated temple bank account. 65 to 70% of the temple income is used for non-temple or merely administrative purposes. Furthermore, archakas who perform the prayers are paid meager salaries and sometimes nothing at all.
So Hindu funds are misused, neither used in making of a Gurukul or any of the pillars of Hinduism like Annalaya or Goshala or anything like that. The enlightenment ecosystems such as the cow shelters, the Goshala, or the free food banks, the Annalayas. And this infographic shows in which ways the expenses are being used, and in the percentage breakdown of the in the revenue which the Dandayudapani temple in Tamil Nadu is making. So the monetary deposits, as we can see, as we're starting the flow, are going to the bank, and then all of the bank is using some of these monetary funds in the following ways. For some is admin fees. The 14% is going into admin fees. Audit fees is 4%. Salaries is 25 to 40%. And other expenses go up to 5% of the fees. So just like this, more than 50%, literally almost more than 70% of the monetary deposits made by a Hindu temple is being used in extraneous fees and other salaries, admin fees, and this and that, which have no relevance to Hinduism or to the purpose of the Hindu temple which is there. As you can see, the temple activities should be funded, such as the Goshala, the cow shelter, or the Annalaya, the free food bank. But none of these activities of the enlightenment ecosystem are being funded when the government is controlling the Hindu temple. Can we go to the next slide? So here, now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is showing how in the Hindu civilization, the temple was a way not just for the running the entire ecosystem, but successfully was able to keep each and every citizen inspired for their daily lives and inspired in the larger scheme of their lives as an individual and as a ecosystem, a civilization. This is why Hinduism and Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Vedic civilization, was so successful in contributing so much to the world, because Hindu temples were the backbone of the ecosystem. And here, with this video, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will explain exactly why.
The glory of the temple of the capital of Hindu kingdoms, the way they attracted the citizens from all over the world and the way they kept their citizens motivated, inspired, integrated to the kingdom. Amazing spiritual enlightenment based nationalism, enlightenment based patriotism, enlightenment based economy. The enlightenment based nationalism and enlightenment based patriotism, enlightenment based economy, enlightenment based integrity, understand? Even when you have a mood swings, confusions about your individual lifestyle and your individual balance sheet is not giving you confidence about life, but your understanding about the common goal, the concept of civilization, if that is alive, you will not become a traitor. You will continue to be integrated and raise, and you will realize and fit yourself, discovering yourself and how you fit yourself into the society, both. Understand? Every word I am uttering is the most beautiful principles of Hindu economic policies. See, these are the principles on which Hindu education happened and Hindu policy making happened. Hindu politics is run. Hindu administration is done. Hindu judiciary functioned. Hindu economic principles, strategies were evolved and kept alive. Hindu currency was kept current. The current of the Hindu currency was kept alive through this mechanism. This mechanism used to be stirring to keep the Hindu currency current. How in the modern day the governments do. Like, for example, this post-corona, how every government is trying to revive their economy through various plans, projects, policies, grants. So every year, the Hindu kingdoms used to conduct the rituals, festivals to trigger the economy, to revive the economy, to keep the currency current. Sometimes people are made to support the common pool. Sometimes the pool is taken out and shared with people. But it was all done in a very dharmic way to keep the signs of living enlightenment. Whether you are taxed or given grants, everything was based on enlightenment, Jivan Mukti, moksha based artha, moksha centric artha. Moksha is kept as the first priority in artha or dharma or kama. Just because we had few failures in few wars and lost the land, tribalization principles are wrong. If you think just because we lost few wars and land due to traitors, the principles are wrong, you are a fool. Like how some of the fools are still believing, just if you are involved in voting alone during the election period once in 5 years, you can maintain Hindu civilization. No. A constant involvement and activism is required to keep the Hindu civilization alive and to revive the Hindu civilization. Unfortunately, even modern day Hindus strongly believe if you make the right decision on the voting day and vote, then it is all done. No. It is wrong. Everyday activism, involvement into the society is required to revive Hindu civilization and Hindu principles. I don't know when Hindus are going to wake up to this truth, but I will keep these truths alive at least in one corner of the world in the form of kailasa.
Furthermore, if the trust spends less than 85% of total donations in a given year, income tax at rates applicable to individuals is payable on the difference between amount spent and amount received. So, if the temple income is either not spent by the government appointed officers or surplus money placed in fixed deposits, hundi donations are taxed. This way, Hindu temples have become a tool to contribute to the government treasury. The Hindu hundi collections are not spent promoting Sanatana Dharma, benefit for poor Hindus opening hospitals or orphanages. Instead, the money is spent on the development and construction. The most frequent excuses to control, manage, and administer Hindu temples are alleged mismanagement of funds and property by trustees, alleged mismanagement by traditional priest families, streamlining administrative procedure, preserving temples, property, and wealth. The incompetence and failures of regularity regularity bodies in managing the administration of Hindu temples could be testified on many counts, the most glaring example among them being irregularities in collecting and out of the properties of Hindu temples.
as we can see here, as the funds that are coming in from the temples are going to state government in various ways, and with the excuse, let's say, of that the in the Hindu temples are not being able to manage the rents, donations, and further so some of the incompetencies and failures which the government has claimed is one, the rents and leases are abysmal. The less than 0.0005% of the land value is actually collected as annual rent. In the case of the Tiruvannamalai temple in land in Chennai, only 0.002% of the value is collected as rent, as per government own audit report for the year of 2010 to 2011. The total collection from 30-acre land of prime property with corporation limits is around 2,700 crore. An actual rent collected average is 7,080 per year across the last 10 years. Going on to the next slide. And again, the facts are that the temple lands given away between 1986 to 2013 in Tamil Nadu is up to 47,000 acres. And the Tiruvarur temple land taken 300 acres by the temple, by the Tamil Nadu government without any compensation to the temples. The Pondicherry government also has taken over the temples without paying a single penny of compensation. Under government watch, many temples have lost their lands in illegal encroachment. The scale of, and this is all showing the scale of damage to the Hindu temples due to the state administered leakage. Mismanagement also includes extending to the loss of temple properties through illegal encroachment, the stats of which have been increasing with every passing day. Weak management of temple properties is what corrupt officials are saying and causing huge damage to the survival of Hindu temples. All the loot/corruption of the wealth and properties of Hindu temples is happening with the connivance of the regulatory bodies. So they are making a huge mess inside of the accounts and the administration of the temples. And then they're blaming, saying that the Hindu temples are being mismanaged. Basically, that's the summary. They themselves have started the looting and corruption of the wealth and properties of Hindu temples. And then after that, blaming and saying that Hindu temples are mismanaged, so the government needs to take care. And here you can see that the looting of the temple's wealth is organized. Hundis are opened only once in 2 months. In many cases, the officials in connivance with the local politics leave a large denomination of notes and gold/silver from the hundis before documentation of collection. They even block or turn off the CCTV cameras for this. From the official documented collection, the government takes away 12% in Tamil Nadu, the 10% in Karnataka as admin fee, and 4% in Tamil Nadu as audit fee. It constitutes 6% of the total revenues generated from temples. And as you can see, these stats show an organized loot of temples' wealth. It is planned and premeditated how they are literally stealing from the wealth of Hindu temples and using it from some other purpose and literally making debilitating the Hindus and the Hindu ecosystem. Let's understand now, where does that temple revenue go? It's also important to draw a parallel between the expenditures made in bodies and devotee or religious authorities from temples to come across a clear picture on which one is more beneficial and healthy for survival of temples. Let's do the comparison here of government-run temples and devotee-managed temples. So this shows us a percentage-wise breakdown of the way that the revenue is used in the temples. So just seeing the government-run temples, salary and admin is 66% of the temple revenue. Government appropriation is 20% of the temple revenue. Temple-related activities, the most important here, is 9%, and puja expenses is 5%. So here the points to note here is only 14% of the temple activities, only 14% of temple revenue is going to temple-related activities. And on top of this, there's no Vedagamic Patashala, there's no Gurukul, there's nowhere where the science is being reproduced for the next generation and being taught diligently to the next generation. There's no Goshala, and the temple arts are not even being maintained. The temple architecture is not even being maintained. Because only 14% of the revenue is going for temple-related activities. And that's absolutely not enough to sustain the Hindu ecosystem, what is needed for a Hindu ecosystem to run. Let's see on the other side. Devotee-managed temple is showing the following statistics. A salary and admin is 31% of the temple revenue, and temple-related activities is 25%, and puja and expenses is 44%. And so, as you can see, 69% of the temple revenue is going for temple-related activities, and only 31% is for temple administration or anything else. And that might be for running of things, organization, and other extracurricular activities of the temple. But if these fees, fines, whatever they might be, are only 31%, the majority of the temple revenue is going towards really what is happening. Also, in devotee managed temples, there's so much more of an ecosystem. The rituals are more grandly celebrated. The ecosystem is there, Gurukul is there, Goshala is there. There's so much more happening, and the Hindu ecosystem is revolving around it. Just this contrast shows us a very important part of how Hindu temples right now do not have religious sovereignty. Just see the contrast between the devotee managed temples and the government run temples. On one side, we can see that the devotee managed temples are able to practice their religious sovereignty. The government run temples, which are the majority of temples in India, are not able to have and celebrate the religious sovereignty.
So, what are all the issues in maintenance of the temple? Infrastructures are not properly maintained, losing the historical energy centers. Temple community workers are underpaid. Temple services losing the quality, and corruptions are happening. Not maintaining cleanliness, sanctity, ambience is not maintained. Priests are not taken care well. Less respect for their contribution. Next generation is not inspired to take this lifestyle. So the religious sovereignty lost. Hindu temples, their rituals and practices are not run as per Agama. The regulatory bodies are not subject authorities in ensuring the practices of the temple be run as per Agama. The sanctity and authenticity of temple rituals are not followed. Only Hindu temples are targeted for takeover to bring about better management, while it conveniently leaves out mosques, gurudwaras, and churches. Revenue of Hindu temples goes to a common pool. So, donations made by a devout Hindu to propagate his or her faith goes for a totally different purpose. If Hindus are not part of any other religious boards, why are non-Hindus part of Hindu temple trusts? A Babu who sits in the of, temple office for half the time and Archaka stays 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. earns almost double or triple the Archaka's salary. What kind of equality is this? And how is this not mismanagement? So the Kailasa, protecting religious sovereignty of Hinduism. Nithyananda's Sacred Arts University is established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, to preserve, revive, and spread the Vedic temple arts, architecture, and artifacts for people to live and experience the rich consciousness based Vedic heritage and protect the religious sovereignty of Hindu temples. Nithyananda Sacred Arts University has contributed in making of more than 10,000 deities that are manufactured and energized as per agamas, 5 tons of silver coated deities as per agamas, 100 tons of rudrakshas, 50,000 palm leaf collection supporting 500 plus Hindu temples around the world to practice, preserve, and spread authentic temple sciences protecting the religious sovereignty of Hindus. So, if you see here, there are various deities under manufacture, and where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally guiding people how to handle deities, how to be carved. The whole science of temple architecture has been giving the close guidance to the inmates. So these are all the pictures where personally the construction of temple, like how to carve, how to make the metal deities, how to make the kavachas and vahanas and different temple chariots, how it has been made.
And as you can see here, this is some of the collected metal deities, not just collected, but many which were manufactured at the Nithyananda Sacred Arts University and across the world in over 500 temples today. The deities which have been energized by Swamiji and personally carved, casted by Swamiji himself are literally the centers of these ecosystems and creating so many different possibilities for people being at the center of the Hindu ecosystems in the world. It has so much of possibility just with one deity that Swamiji, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism facilitates to be created and then to be shipped across the world to the Hindu diaspora, to serve the Hindu diaspora, and for each of the Hindus to practice their religious sovereignty. As you can see here, these are some more examples of different sacred arts items. It's not just deities, but also the puja items. And there's 1,008 conches, and the Navaratram jewels and the different types of jewels, the Chettinad architecture, and so many different items, Hindu sacred arts, which are being revived in Nithyananda Sacred Arts University. Next slide. And another aspect is the Kattu Murti Alankaram, which the whole science is being revived at the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya as per the Agama. And we can see across, we can just see the difference again between the government-run temples and the temples run by Kailasa, the temples that are run devotee-based completely. It is absolutely different scheme altogether, different scale altogether, and where real Sanatana Hindu Dharma can be revived, practiced, and the religious sovereignty, the right for each and every one of us to practice our religion for its purpose, for ultimately achieving enlightenment, is completely facilitated and completely able to be manifested. This Katumurti Alankaram is just giving us an example of one of the ways where the where the whole science and the revival of the deities and worship is giving religious sovereignty to Hindus across the world. The next slide, please. And another aspect is preserving and proliferating the sacred arts and architecture. Across these pictures is few of the many puja items that are being made and manufactured in the Nithyananda Sacred Arts University, and many of which are in silver itself. So the metal casting and all of these different, this is each one a sacred Hindu art which is being revived in the Nithyananda Sacred Arts University. Next slide. Now let's understand why kailasa. One of the greatest sufferings that Hindus went through is going through and becoming a reluctant warrior, not only in any wars against Hinduism, but even in life. The biggest crime done to Hindus is their spiritual science. The greater science of life is separated from Hinduism and the lifestyle of Hindus. The next slide. When the anti-Hindus, the invaders, attacked Hindu nations and the Hindus, the first thing they did was separate the greater science, the spiritual knowledge of Hinduism, from Hindus. Hindus started denying their own great ancestral heritage in the name of myth and false lies. And let's understand, let's face the facts now. Are Hindus reluctant warriors? Fear makes you reluctant beloved, reluctant husband, reluctant wife, reluctant businessman, reluctant warrior, reluctant teacher. When you understand the greater science of life, the greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss.
Are Hindus reluctant warriors? A lower ability of visualizing invokes greater fears. Due to lower visualization levels, more fear, more unknown. Because there is more unknown, more fears, less involvement, become reluctant involved in everything, and that creates more fears. It becomes a vicious circle. So let us intra-analyze this exercise. So please take a pen and paper and pen down all the areas of your life you are being a reluctant Hindu. For example, in your career, do you avoid wearing the kumkum? With friends, do you avoid saying your prayers before eating when with friends? At home, how often do you visit a temple? Are you able to settle down in an area with a temple around you? Work continuously to increase your ability to visualize. Once you start that, lead to more and more involvement. You get more and more courage, joy, strength to life. Please take few minutes of time and do this a short intra analysis. This actually shows why we are becoming a reluctant warriors, why we are reluctant beloveds.
So now I invite all of the viewers to do this exercise. It's an extremely important thing as we are understanding why Kailasa. We have a new development the that we're really excited to announce that is being made available by through this free satsang, through the Satsang Introduction. So starting from today, this Satsang Introduction is offered as a course in NHU, in Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University. And many of you know Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University is the world's largest Hindu university, and it is the most active in reviving the greater sciences of Hinduism. Now, every single day during the Satsang introduction time is going to be a program, Why Kailasa. You can register at the link provided for this program, start attending and start being a part of this and get your NHU credit. And as a accredited university, you can earn your degree through the Nithyananda Hindu University. Now, as we are doing this exercise, take a few minutes right now and go to the link provided for registering for this course. Now, you can enroll in today's program at the link provided. Today, we are having a special program for why Kailasa for Hindu temples to celebrate the religious sovereignty. So let's go ahead to the link provided to sign up. And while you're doing so, let's complete the exercise for today. This is a very exciting new offering by the Kailasa, by Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University, where we are now having each and every one of the Satsang Introduction programs to be as a program. So now you can register for this program at the link provided and be able to register for the program. And let us also complete the exercise which is on the slide. Yes. So just reminding all the viewers once again, let's take a few minutes right now to do the exercise. Pen down the different ways where we have become reluctant warriors. Now, this is one of the ways which we have to internalize very deeply and understand why Kailasa is needed. We Hindus have become reluctant warriors in so many different aspects, in so many different ways. Just when we're going to school, when we're going to work, and we don't want to wear the Hindu traditional wear. That is one aspect. We're not wanting to express our religion and enrich about our lifestyle for other people. That's another aspect. We're not able, many of us, not able to live in a region and live in a place where a Hindu temple is there and not able to practice Hinduism. These are all the ways where religious sovereignty is being is lost. And another thing, how in in its own way we have become reluctant warriors because of the huge amount of persecution that has happened against us. Just because it happened, we should not give up in what we are doing, our lifestyle and our practice. We should become complete active warriors. So pen down right now all of the different aspects which you really understand how you become a reluctant Hindu warrior. And understand that it's not just in the areas of as a Hindu, but in life itself. As a beloved, you might become reluctant. As a wife, you might become reluctant. As a husband, you might become reluctant. As a business person in your career, you might become reluctant. In each of these ways, you might become a reluctant warrior. And that is losing, absolutely losing the touch with life. That and so much of life negativity becomes a part of us and our lifestyle when we don't have this, when we become a reluctant warrior. So it's extremely important for us to internalize and to make this known. As we are doing this exercise and we're taking a few minutes, let's watch a brief video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains the higher, greater science behind Hindu temples. And let's help And with that understanding, with that powerful cognition which he is revealing, let's understand and decide to drop all of the reluctancy that we might have. And I'll just get that video ready. As we are waiting, continue to do this exercise in each and every one of our lives. It is a extremely crucial thing that we need to get to know if how we are doing and we're becoming reluctant
I was
warriors.
actually sitting and notifying to understand there are some few principles. The whole thing is silicon centric. And silicon is conscious. Bhuma Devi. It's not matter. Fools are those who think silicon is matter. And you can make silicon vibrate alive through electricity. Same way, you can make silicon vibrant alive. Mark my words. When I use the word electricity, I said vibrate. When I use the word sound, vibrant. You can make the silicon vibrant and alive through sound. Through sound. This science of making silicon alive, vibrant through sound only is practiced in many of our temples where the main deity is Snake Hill or just sand. The Tiruvattriyur temple, the main deity is in the form of Snake Hill. Tiruvarur temple, the main deity is in the form of Snake Hill. Kanchipuram Yagambaranadar, the main deity is in the form of just sand made. Rameshwaram, the main deity is made out of beach sand. Stand in those temple near Garbha Mandirs and hold what do you call tune fork. The 4 of you friends can try this. I have tried this. After that only I am talking about it. I sent 4 of my disciples to these 4 temples. Made them all stand at same time with the tune fork. Asked one disciple to chant Namah Shivaya holding the tuning fork. The other 3 are not chanting, but the tuning fork of all 4 started vibrating intensely. Our masters have mastered the science of making silicon vibrant through sound. Understand? I will never reduce the status of those deities just vibrant silicon. They are conscious. Paramashiva himself manifesting. Archavatara. I am only saying one utility of that. Temple science is using sound to make the silicon vibrant and alive. I was just notifying to study, is there any way we can make just sound-based softwares, which sound-based silicon products, hardware and software combinations, which does not need continuous recharge of electricity, which makes us independent. Just sound or the sound generated by the earth, its own moving. See, earth generates a large amount of sound by its rotation. That's one of the natural force available which human beings have not yet tapped into. Like solar energy, A large amount of sound energy is available, the sound which is generated by the earth by its movement. If we can start tapping into it, that is one of the inexhaustible, large quantity natural resource, large amount of natural resource. Our ancient masters learnt the science of tapping that large sound energy of Bhuma Devi to make us healthy, excited, inspired, unclutched, pure, conscious. That's why if you just go and stand in front of Tiruvarur Tyagaraja, Arura, Tyagesa, or Kanchipuram, Egambaranadar, the intense vibration, unclutching, you will experience. Understand, these three temples are closely connected. That is why Sundaramurti Nayanar loses both the eyes in one temple, gains one eye in one temple, another eye in the other temple. Study little deeply the Sundaramurti Nayanar's history, you will understand what I am saying. It is directly connected to a beautiful science. Sundaramurti Nayanar loses his both eyes in Tiruvattriyur temple. He gains one in Kanchipuram, another one in Tiruvarur. I try to notify, do research in my own way. Anyhow, still I have not yet concluded. Once I conclude, I will give you some of the conclusions and revelations. Not only that, I'll develop it as a product and then release it. That's much better. More like a service or product. Till it evolves as a final product or final service. I don't want to reveal the whole thing.
As we just watched that video, I hope all the viewers had been able to pen down their intra-analyst exercise. And as we're going further into today's Satsang Introduction, and as we have Dr. Shanti today joining us for the panel, I wanted to invite her to introduce and to give us her own experience with the Hindu temples as and maybe she can give and tell from her own experience the difference with the temples as run by Kailasa and with the guidance and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in contrast to the temples which are maybe government run or run and not taken care of, not been able to taken care of. Yes, Ma, Dr. Shanti, thank you so much for joining us today. As always, your opinions, your experiences are extremely valuable in all of our panels that we have.
Nithyanandha, thank you very much for this great opportunity to share my experience being this home temple coordinator, which is blessed by His Divine Holiness, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Being part of this great ecosystem, it is constantly enriching myself and enriching every being who is part of this temple, all the volunteers who are associated with the temple, and all the beneficiaries, the participants who come here whatever may be the problem they are facing, whatever they are going through, definitely each one of them is enriched. The constant factor being enriching. Other factor which I would like to share here, that this temple being part of the kailasa, the ecosystem of kailasa, how it is different from the other worship places or temples which are run by government is, one is the energy space or the high energy field that constantly these living deities radiate 24/7, and the accessibility, the availability, the authenticity of the Veda agamic lifestyle. All the claims that the temple is supposed to make available to common man is simply available here. The authentic rituals, though in a big way it may not happen, but the energy is so high. The moment the person enters here, they're able to feel the healing energy, the intense, vibrant silence, which just calms them. Just few minutes before I joined Satsang, there was a person here who was saying how she felt assured, how she felt calm and supported just by sitting here. This one example I shared with you. It is enriching based. That is what I want to share here. And authentically, the focus is on being centered to our scriptures, the original Veda agamic scriptures, and making this space, the sacred space, available and highly radiating the divine energy. I was telling the lady who came here for Atmalinga healing how alive this whole space is. I myself have experienced. Incidentally, yesterday I also was blessed to be part of one of the ancient temples near Mysore. Being awakened, I was able to feel the high energy. Many occasions I have also peeped into this space from a distance. I feel the presence of the living being here, high conscious living beings. It is really vibrant. And Swamiji has made these kind of temples available to the whole humanity. And it is a living lifestyle. The ecosystem holds every moment the lifestyle, the Veda agamic lifestyle that we have, the yoga, the Nitya Puja, and the science of completion, the kriyas, whatever we share through this ecosystem is available to each and everyone. The authenticity of the living lifestyle, not allowing us to become reluctant warrior, constantly supporting every person who comes here is the greatest gift, which is the purpose of having the temple-based civilization. Continuously inspiring, living life with excitement, living life with possibility, and going through all the challenges in life without getting disturbed inside is what is required for all of us. The present day humanity feels not supported, feels being unattended, and they don't know where to go, what to do. That's the reason why especially the youth are suffering with depression, drug addiction, increased suicidal percentage in which we see in youth, is because the backbone, the Indian, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Veda agamic lifestyle that gives the temple-based lifestyle is being taken away. They don't know where to turn, and they get into wrong, not knowing the direction, wrong habits, wrong company, and experience utter failure, experience utter helplessness and self-hatred, self-denial, and end up in drug addiction and suicide, which we see and hear and in and around us, especially in youth and of course all age groups. This temple ecosystem is one which supports everyone with whatever problem or challenge they come here. So many varieties of solutions are available in the form of spiritual counseling, in the form of spiritual healing, form of science of completion, and any relationship issue they are facing, how the Sanatan Hindu Dharma gives a solution of completion for all A to Z problems for all age groups. That is made available through all the ecosystems, the kailasa ecosystem, which Swamiji has made it available through the temples, the home temples, the satsang centers, paduka mandirs, and everything is available online. This, the friendly ecosystem, the life positive, life supportive ecosystem is what is the whole purpose of having the temple-based lifestyle. Not falling into depression, not being life negative, and always engaging, though we fail, not considering ourselves as failures, and getting and waking up again to engage with life is the greatest gift that these temples give us at all times, making the deities make themselves available 24/7. That is my personal experience with myself and with all the people who come here, enjoying the greatest blessing of the lifestyle, the Kriya Pada, the Yoga Pada, and the Jnana Pada, which through the power, the science of power manifestation, through the power, the science of healing, the counseling, the third eye healing, everything that is made available to everyone who is part of this ecosystem is what is the salient feature, which is the very purpose of having the temple as part of our life. This I want to reinstate and also share with all of us that how this ecosystem is so valuable, so important, that we more and more get involved and become part of the ecosystem, which is available online through the electronic media. The electronic ecosystem, the enlightenment ecosystem available to each one of us online. This I would like to share with all of us today. And once again, I would like to thank for this great opportunity of sharing my experience being part of this beautiful ecosystem, the Nithyanandeshwara home temple at Bangalore. Thank you.
Yes, Nithyanandam, thank you so much for giving your experience. I think that's a beautiful example how through Kailasa, the Hindu temples help us celebrate religious sovereignty. Literally, the entire sharing which Dr. Shanti was giving just shows us an example how she is able to celebrate the religious sovereignty, celebrate the right to be able to practice religion. And it's not just in this example. This is one of the examples from Bengaluru, one out of millions of people who have been affected, who have been transformed and able to practice religious sovereignty. Let's understand again why we've over the last 2 hours we've been going over this topic of celebrating religious sovereignty, celebrating our right to practice our religion, our traditions, and being able to have the being able to practice those rights to its total completion. It's a really beautiful thing to see how Kailasa across the world is practicing religious sovereignty. And we saw how the Nithyananda Sacred Arts University is enabling that across the world, enabling Hindus to celebrate that religious sovereignty, meaning being able to practice without any unforeseen implications against which are stopping you from practicing and celebrating Sanatana Hindu Dharma, celebrating celebrating the whole tradition which we are inheriting from our ancestors. So I have a brief presentation to show some of the examples across the world of the Kailasa temples across the world where we are celebrating the religious sovereignty. So I want to remind all the viewers, go ahead and you can now register for today's program for the satsang, and you will be able to complete this as a NHU course. So you can go to the link provided and register now as a program participant, and you'll be able to do the exercise and complete the course with completion. And then you will be able to have your own certificate in this course. So reminding all the viewers to do that as we are going into this presentation. We have
Mutts,
a revival
monasteries,
of the ancient
we
tradition
should
as
spend
per
little
the
time to clean that place up. We
Kailasa
don't have
temples
this.
around the world.
The dignity of labor
Whole
is
presentation
really
is just
growing now.
a full showcase
Because
of the amount, the
so
vast
naturally,
of the contribution of Swamiji
the
through
combination of
the
these two,
revival of the
if we don't go, the place will be clean. If we have the sense of cleanliness, that place will be clean. We don't stop going. We will go, but unfortunately, still we have not developed that level of
completing for the audio difficulties. 1 minute while we get back to the presentation. Now, this presentation is a really beautiful showcase of the different temples across the world that Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, over the last 26 years has been literally dedicatedly working on reviving. And it is not a small job to be able to establish these ecosystems across the world, no matter what, no matter the ethnicity, no matter the background, no matter the place. Everywhere he has established these ecosystems. The first being Kailasa in Adi Kailash in Nithyanandapitham, Vidadi, India, where the presiding deities Nithyanandeshwara and Nithyanandeshwari are residing, which are personally carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And this temple is established, guided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, with the Kalpa Vriksha as the foremost Adi deity, the Kalpa Vriksha, the banyan tree, which has roots in the sacred scripture Agama as the tree under which Paramashiva himself dictated the entire entire Agama and the scriptures. We also have Kailasa in Toronto, which was established in 2011. Toronto Adhinam was inaugurated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on July 2011 and is blessed to radiate the superconscious energy of Kailasa, the abode of Shiva, which with all of his energies. The temple deities are seated exactly as they exist in Kailasa itself around Mahadeva. And the presiding deities are Sri Nithyanandeshwara and Nithyanandeshwari, as well as the Shivalinga, along with Devi Meenakshi, Sri Ganesha, Nithyananda Venkateshwara, Mahalakshmi, and many more deities. So these are a couple of the pictures of the activities and the temple related activities, the people who are coming to the temple, and the processions which they have done in Toronto. As you can see, the example here is how Kailasa is helping Hindus celebrate religious sovereignty. Next slide.
the Hindu temple towers are nothing but the towers which can generate electricity and relay it wireless. It can generate electricity and it can generate Wi-Fi and relay everything wirelessly. There is a unique energy we had which is not in the modern day use now. It's a super science called bioenergy. Just like electricity and Wi-Fi, this is called bioenergy, the Kundalini Shakti, that was produced and relayed wire-free through all our temples. That Kundalini Shakti is responsible for individuals' power manifestation. If you see a battery, what all is required to store energy, like a mercury all that is only installed properly in temples, under the deities, under the Dwajastamba, under the Gopurams, and the master who initiates, the enlightened master who is source of that ecosystem, he puts his bioenergy, and that bioenergy is constantly increased through the transmitters and multiplied and relayed through the temple towers to that whole area. Whoever is staying in that ecosystem, all of them are charged with that Kundalini Shakti bioenergy, and they start manifesting powers. Understand? This is what is the principle of sanctifying a space. This bioenergy is not in use in the modern day. I have brought it back. So I am going to install thousands of temples where this bioenergy will be produced and relayed wirelessly, just like Wi-Fi and electricity. Hindu temples used Wi-Fi and electricity also, and relayed wirelessly, and bioenergy. Fundamentally, Hindu temples used 9 energies. Hindu temples are 9 energy generators and amplifiers. In that, one is bioenergy, through which the power manifestation science was kept alive and taught to the world.
So as we can see now, we have the different temples and kailasas across the world that Swamiji has established. Next slide, please. So in 2007, the permanent temple space was established for encompassing over 25,000 square feet and the pinnacle of Vedic tradition and headquarters to the Western world. Over 80 deities reside at that temple. It is housing the largest Shivalinga and Rajarajeshwari Devi in North America. And the Hindu heritage, culture, and spiritual community is completely living with the vibrant tradition. Next slide, please. Next is Kailasa in San Jose, which radiates the energy of Madurai Meenakshi Amman Temple. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Devi Meenakshi, the Shivalinga, Lord Nithyanandeshwara, and Devi Nithyanandeshwari, and of course the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And this is another Kailasa that was established by Swamiji. The Dakshinamurti, which you can see there, was originally consecrated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself underneath the banyan tree, which is residing in Bidadi. And then in 2005, upon the consecration of another Dakshinamurti under the banyan tree, this deity was established and was then sent to San Jose in order to be a part of to serve in the enlightenment ecosystem there as the embodiment of superconscious energy. Slide, please. The next is the Nithyananda Hindu Temple of Seattle, USA, which is a powerful energy center with a grand vision and space to raise the consciousness of the Pacific Northwest in the US. So this is the main temple that is for the entire Pacific Northwest. And personally, it is where I grew up myself. The next slide, please. This temple, where Swamiji said, since the skies are always celebrating, let this temple radiate Akasha, the ether energy. And basically this is Seattle, where the rain is always coming and it's always raining. So that's why Swamiji is saying that the skies are always celebrating. Then this temple let radiate the Akasha, the ether energy. So that is why Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, had declared this temple as the Chidambaram of the West. And this temple houses the 12-foot Sri Ananda Nataraja deity, which is the largest living deity of Nataraja outside of India, and it was carved personally by the Supreme Lord of Hinduism himself. The sacred ceremonies are followed as per Chidambaram, India's temple Vedic calendar and tradition. Chidambaram represents the element of Akasha, ether, which is one of the Panchabhuta Sthala, 5 elementary spaces, where Lord Shiva resides in the formless form as Nataraja, the embodiment of Paramashiva, who is blissfully dancing. Next slide. Another temple is Kailasa in Houston, Texas, USA. The powerful enlightenment ecosystem, which is housing 19 deities, including the Navagrahas, the 9 planets. All the deities are life-size and hold the intense energy of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, transmitting peace and bliss to the devotees of the surrounding area. Another temple established is the Kailasa in Charlotte, North Carolina. In December 2010, Nithyanandeshwara Hindu Temple was blessed as a home temple, and in October 2013, on the auspicious occasion of Vijayadashami, Swamiji inaugurated the temple with the deities, and sacred Vedic ceremonies of the Rudra Homa and Rudrabhishekam were performed. Some of the pictures are available below. And here you can see so many of the devotees, the different activities and the satsangs which are happening, programs which are happening in Charlotte, North Carolina. We also have Kailasa in New York. And the next slide. Kailasa in Washington, D.C. Kailasa in Oklahoma City. The Nithyanandeshwara Hindu Temple of Oklahoma City, USA was inaugurated on 30th October 2007. And it is declared as the energy center of the Somanath temple located in the Prabhas Kshetra in the west coast of Gujarat, India, and a creek which flows into the river. As you can see, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself in the Oklahoma City temple. We also have Kailasa in Phoenix. Slide, please. And the Kailasa established in the St. Louis, Missouri. The St. Louis Adinam carries the energy of Tirumala Tirupati of South India and houses one of the tallest Venkateshwara deities in North America, along with his consorts Sri Devi and Bhudevi. The beautiful Shivalinga and Nityananda Ganesha is also preside at the temple in St. Louis. St. Louis Adinam is located on a scenic route just 30 minutes from the city. The beautiful landscape nestled among the woods and the rolling hills of Missouri stretches for 20 acres. And upon entering the visitors can see the Paramahamsa Park around the Pushkarani Lake. Construction of the Vedic community is planned around the Paramahamsa Park. This is the pictures from Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai. Next slide. And Kailasa in Oman. Oman Adinam serves as a pillar in nurturing the Vedic culture. Activities include yoga and meditation, thus bringing spiritual healing to the communities for peace and harmony. Oman Adinam, a home temple, is spiritually named Oman Shivagangai. It fulfills the needs of the Hindus in the area and brings the powerful, energized deities to the region. The community has been hugely benefited by the presence of these energized deities, which include Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Swamiji, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nithyanandeshwara and Devi Nithyanandeshwari, along with the Parartha Murti of Sri Guru, blessing everyone. Oman Adinam serves as a pillar in nurturing the Vedic culture. Activities include yoga and meditation, thus bringing spiritual to the communities healing for peace and harmony. These are pictures of the activities and the deities in Kailasa in Singapore. Next slide. Kailasa in Malaysia. These are some of the activities, the programs that are happening. Kailasa in Dubai. Yes. So the next slide, Kailasa in Netherlands. You can see the activities of Kailasa in Netherlands and Kailasa in Slovakia, Kailasa in Belgium. Next slide. Luxembourg, Austria, Kailasa in Germany, Kailasa in Italy, so as you can see, with so many numerous Kailasas across the world, there's so many people, so many Hindus who are literally celebrating the religious sovereignty through the Kailasa temples, the temples which are established and with the guidance and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we are able to practice authentically what is real Sanatana Hindu Dharma. That is that is really what is giving us that religious sovereignty, and what Swamiji has been able to protect, been able to revive through Kailasa. Just his endeavors, his hard work that he has poured over the last 26 years into establishing these temples is how he has literally made it he has literally made so many Kailasas across the world. And you can see it's not just in places where Hindus are majority, but even in Dubai, in Oman, in so many different countries, in Belgium, in Netherlands, where Hindus are not the minority, but there Kailasa is serving the Hindus, the Hindu diaspora in those countries, and helping each and every one to guiding them to the original purpose, with which they identify as Hindus and are born into Hinduism. We've seen from Dr. Shanti's sharing today how we are, from her personal experience, what it is to celebrate religious sovereignty. What does that really mean? And now we can see a few other sharings of how people have understood and are starting to celebrate the religious sovereignty. Actually, we have so many founding members of Kailasa and founding fathers and founding mothers of Kailasa who have understood and taken up establishing Kailasa in wherever they are, just out of the pure dedication, love for their Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and out of gratitude for what he has given in their lives. Just that has inspired them to take up like establishing a temple, establishing an ecosystem, having Goshala, having Gurukul. It is such an amazing thing seeing one person become so empowered. Understand that the religious sovereignty is actually so empowering to us, each and every one of us. And once we have it, we become inspired, so inspired in life to be able to interact with more people, to be so extremely enabled in our Hindu practices and lifestyle. It is truly a empowering lifestyle that each and every one of us are able to live. One of the most beautiful things is seeing how across the world, no matter where people are, no matter what is their lifestyle or their background, just being inspired by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and following him as their guru, they've started Kailasa. They literally started the enlightenment ecosystem around them and have started to beautifully manifest a huge enlightenment ecosystem around them. That is the power of religious sovereignty, and ultimately why Kailasa, why Swamiji is reviving Kailasa. Over the last 2 hours, over this program, we have seen how the Hindu temples are not at all being run by Hindus in the way that it should be. We've seen the statistics of how this has really affected Hindus, and how it has affected the ecosystems, how it's literally demolished the entire ecosystem, demolished Hindus. And on the contrary, in the contrast, we have seen how so many kailasas across the world have been established, are being established, and being empowered. Literally, so many Hindus are being empowered with religious sovereignty. Now we can see the contrast, we can see the power of what Kailasa can do, what it means to have religious sovereignty. And joining with us today, we have Ma Sakalananda, Ma Nithya Sakalananda, who is for a very long time devoted and a part of Kailasa in Ohio. And it is a really beautiful thing to be able to hear her experience today on the Hindu temples, and as an example of what it means to celebrate religious sovereignty. Understand, we're over the last 2 hours, we've been talking about this topic of celebrating religious sovereignty as a reason why we need Kailasa. Why do we need Kailasa? Because across the world, we need a place. These temples need to be revived as the hub of Hindu enlightenment ecosystems, and Hindus should be empowered with religious sovereignty. So, and we're just in so many different ways, from the women being able to do puja, and so many different activities of the temple that are drawing in and attracting, making people active in Hinduism. Just one temple contributes in so many different ways for the ecosystem that surrounds it. So it is a beautiful center that it forms. So I invite Ma Nithya Sakalananda, Ma Sakala, to share with us. Being a part of Kailasa in Ohio, I really wanted for you to share with the viewers, from your personal experience, how really the Hindu ecosystem, the temple-based lifestyle, really empowers each and every one of us, and really helps us to celebrate the religious sovereignty, really empowers us in our individual ways. So wanted to know and wanted to hear what you had to share about that. Yes, Ma, I think you need to unmute.
Nithyananda,
Nithyananda, Ma, thank you for joining us.
thank you so much for welcoming me here. Thank you, Bhagavan. It's an honor, it's a blessing to be here today to share about Hindu temples, especially I have experience with Ohio Temple. I have experience with several Nithyananda temples, Hindu temples. Before I met Nithyananda Swamiji, I had no experience with Hindu temples. And so for me, once I learned about who Swamiji is and met him and attended one of his programs, I was able to learn about the temples. See, I was able to learn about the glory of Hinduism through the temple experience. And I had no idea about the history of Hinduism or what it was until I actually experienced the rituals in an authentic way. The revival of Hindu temples is so essential to community and our global community, because the Hindu culture is the most supportive and inspires people to achieve their highest potential. Okay? It's all the most life positive happening in the world. And Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva is reviving the Hindu temples. So what can I say? Through ritual, I've learned to worship God, become God through worshiping the deities. And the temples have, each deity is an independent intelligence. Authentically, as per the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Veda Agamas, all the deities blessed are energized to be independent intelligence. And one thing I know, since I've been involved with the mission since 2009, I remember when I first had the experience, it was like a whole nother language, right? So I'm trying to speak in a language that everybody understands. I know sometimes we can say Sanskrit words that the general public might not understand. So, uh, yeah, communicating effectively. It's just an intense experience that I tell you, people come to temples for all different reasons. Temples are literally the backbone of community. Temple is where people go to celebrate, people go to worship, people go to learn, to be educated. Sabashiva Priya, what else can I say about temples? They're so empowering. They're empowering women to stand, to have the chastity, uh, to lead a powerful life.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so I just wanted to just reiterate for the viewers, Sakala, you had said that from December 2009 you were a part and volunteering for the temple, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So just wanted to reiterate for all of the viewers how this really influences and how, let's just take the example for the last over a decade now, since 2009, Masakala has been a part of the Kailasa in Ohio and has seen a literal transformation in who she is, in the ecosystem around, and so many people around. And it is literally in such an inspiring way to live just for one person. Just if we see uh, how one person is able to be inspired, be able to take up and be a part of the temple, be a part of the Hindu ecosystem. That is an example in itself, is how Kailasa is allowing and enabling each and every Hindu to celebrate religious sovereignty. And Hindus across the world, no matter where we go, for myself included, I can say that in having grown up in the United States, in Seattle, Washington, just because the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established a temple in the US and he had established this very temple, my entire life began revolving around the temple. And that is from where these powerful cognitions were rooted in me from a young age and had literally determined the path of my path for the rest of my life. And just that showing is such a powerful way that one person's life can transform, can influence, can change, and so in so many different ways across the world, and in so many different ways. And despite any other, despite any of the um, implications or consequences that might be there for anyone else, for specifically Kailasians across the world, there's so much of freedom that comes with it, with the practice of Hindu worship. Let's just take the example, first of all, of how in Kailasa temples, women are allowed to worship, um, women are allowed to perform the rituals for the deities. We're able to touch the deities, they're able to have that beautiful experience. It's really something which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made. It's not just made available. He is reviving that aspect of the Hindu civilization. Women were a part. Women were priestesses of the Hindu temples in the Hindu civilization. Across a 5,000-year Hindu Holocaust, there are so many different ways that women became literally as strangled from the temples and separated from their huge role in the temples. But in Kailasas across the world, women Swamiji is reviving the role of the Sangha Janani for one, and the Rudra Kanya, the women sannyasis, the Swaminis and Brahmacharinis, all of the women roles he is reviving through the sovereign order of Kailasa. And this is a way that across the world, literally millions of women are celebrating religious sovereignty. What does it mean to be a Hindu woman? Let's ask ourselves this question very deeply. It's not just being empowered in different ways. It is a being empowered to the highest reality, literally being Tara Shakti. That is what it means to be a Hindu woman. And we are able to, through the temples and through this opportunity, this right that we are given through religious sovereignty, of being able to practice our religion as it was in the Hindu civilization, as it was originally, being able to practice it, we ourselves are able to achieve our highest reality. This is actually such a powerful, such a beautiful way that the just this aspect, I can say, is why kailasa is needed. Women across the world, and I can say Hindu women, knowing so many, just speaking to so many Hindu women, is not this aspect of being able to practice and celebrate our religious sovereignty, being able to practice our religious tradition with so much of dedication, passion, and as it was practiced in the Hindu civilization. That is a huge aspect of why kailasa. So today we have the Nithyananda Satsang is a program available for you to register at in Nithyananda Hindu University. So you can register at the link provided, and you can enroll as a student of the Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University, and you can earn your own NSU course certificate for this course. So inviting all the viewers to once again go to the link provided, and you can register for this program, which is ongoing, and earn your NSU course certificate.
Yes, Mom. This NHU course is amazing. NHU is very powerful, where you can learn about the temples, learn about the science of completion, so many beautiful programs. You can become enlightened just by attending these programs. And one thing I wanted to share is I can tell you my life has completely transformed. Once the temple ecosystem was introduced to me, it's like it's alive. It's an alive ecosystem, you know. So anyone every day going to the temple, it rejuvenates and restores and helps us to stay balanced. I personally, the temple came to me the right time in my life because I was suffering at that time, and great healing and being part of the ecosystem, and the authenticity of the rituals from Sanatana Hindu Dharma are impeccable. And being a woman, after learning about the rituals, after learning about what is Hinduism, I also was able to participate in Alankara, dressing up the deities, to participate in Abhishekam, to participate in each one of these different rituals, took my personal spiritual development to another dimension, to another level. And what's happening inside, in my inner space, I can just look back in 2009, how far Bhagavan has taken me, has lifted me. And through the yoga, through jnana, the knowledge, through the temple, worship at the temples, all these things come together and create and heal. It's so healing. I am so inspired. I'm here today speaking. Ask me like 2009, I probably would have said, I probably would have been shaking in my boots and wouldn't have come. But now, I'm able to speak with you and in a public forum, and it's a blessing. I can only speak so many positive things about the Sanatana Hindu
Yes.
and the temple system, ecosystem.
Wonderful, ma'am. Thank you so much. And again, I wanted to invite these people who are across the world, Hindus, literally who are their lives are showing the amount of positive change that Kailasa is making on an individual basis. Just through Masakala's story, earlier we had Dr. Shanti's story. Across the world, you can see it's not just Indians, it's not just people of a certain ethnicity, it is people across the world from different backgrounds who are benefiting, who are literally having their lives transformed. I wanted to share a brief video.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
நினைவெல்லாம் நித்யானந்தம், நினைவெல்லாம் நித்யானந்தம், நித்யா நினைவெல்லாம் நித்யானந்தம். உன்னை எண்ணி ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯನಂತನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸತ್ಯವೇತ್ತನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ நினைவெல்லாம் நித்யானந்தம் நித்யா நினைவெல்லாம் நித்யானந்தம் नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भा नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ता वन्दे गुरुपरम्परा all the living, practicing Hindus from all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Understand that today's message, this principle is immediately enlightening and power manifesting. This principle will make you enlightened, power manifest immediately, now. Understand? I'll repeat. Just if you sit and listen deeply and ferociously cognize these principles, you will become enlightened immediately. My blessings to all the devotees from China. Happy Chinese New Year. My blessings to the whole China and the Chinese world. Happy Chinese New Year. My blessings. Listen to these principles, these powerful cognitions. It can enlighten you now. It can make you manifest powers now. Simple understanding about the parasites, the way it exists, manifests, triggers in your muscle memory, biomemory, bioenergy will liberate you from all addictions in all levels and make you manifest powers and enlightenment. I will explain these three words first. Muscle memory, biomemory, bioenergy. Even though I have spoken about these three words elaborately in many satsangs, I will repeat it for the sake of the newcomers. Listen. All your day-to-day habits, like morning you wake up and do yoga, or sip a cup of coffee, and the kind of food you eat, all your behaviors, habits, actions forms your muscle memory. Your muscles keep the memory of all your actions. Good or bad, right or wrong. If you create right muscle memories, it helps you to manifest beautiful right life. If you build wrong muscle memories, it makes you manifest bad life. End of the day, your life you are living is just the expression of the muscle memories you built. Second word, biomemory. Biomemory is all the opinions, ideas, cognitions, powerful conclusions you arrive about yourself and your life, God, people, about everything. The conclusions you carry, powerful conclusions you carry, powerful cognitions you carry is called biomemory. How you believe yourself, what kind of idea you carry about yourself, and how it is impacted by others' belief about you. How others treat you and how that impacts you. I also want all of you to know, it is not necessary how others treat you need to impact how you believe yourself. It is not at all necessary. Good or bad, both ways. You don't need to feel good if somebody treats you good. You don't need to feel bad if somebody treats you bad. The others treating you, the way others treat you, you do not need to be impacted by it. Understand that. The next thing. Listen carefully. All your opinions, ideas, cognitions, powerful conclusions about you, about others, about Guru, about God, about world, about universe, all these put together is biomemory. The third word, bioenergy. The consciousness which is manifesting in your body, its experience about itself, its experience about itself is called bioenergy. How? Due to the continuous impact of your biomemory and muscle memory, your experience about you, how your consciousness experiences itself, how you feel about you, your core, due to the total impact of your muscle memory and biomemory. That is called bioenergy. Actually, the bioenergy only takes multiple births. From this body, when you move to the next body, your bioenergy only is carried. That is the core software coding of your existence is your bioenergy. Understand these three words: muscle memory, biomemory, bioenergy. Muscle memory is the memory of all your day-to-day habits, lifestyle. The food you like, or everything based on your actions is muscle memory. Every belief you carry, the powerful cognitions, powerful conclusions you carry, powerful cognitions you carry, everything, that is biomemory. And the core of you, the I in you, how it experiences itself due to the continuous impact of muscle memory and biomemory on you, that is called bioenergy. Now, listen to the important truth. In all three levels, your muscle memory level, biomemory level, bioenergy level, in all these three levels, there are parasites in you. Parasite means which does not have its own independent life, but it gets empowered, comes alive by the nearness or the existence sitting on you willingly or unwillingly. Whether you like it or not, it catches, it sits in you and gets empowered. That's what I call parasites. We can give multiple examples for parasites. All of you know medically the parasites sitting in the stomach and the skin, scalp. Your muscle memories have parasites. The parasites sitting in your muscle memory is responsible for all your addictions and tiredness. Understand? These parasites can just trigger you. It can trigger the muscle memory of certain food or certain drug, alcohol, smoking, marijuana. It can trigger any of those memories and force you to consume them again. Whether it is addictions related to eating, drugs, sex, pornography, or any type of addictions, are because of the parasites sitting in your muscle memory. I tell you, simplest, easiest, most beautiful way of cleansing the parasites from your muscle memory is haritaki. Don't underestimate the power of haritaki and triphala. ಸುಕ್ಕು ಮೆಳಗೆ ತಿಪ್ಪಿಲಿ, ಹರಿತಕಿ, ashwagandha. These are all not just stomach cleansing. It cleanses the parasites sitting inside your muscle memory, triggering you to get addicted to certain food or behavior or certain habits. I tell you. Do not equate Haritaki for laxatives. People tell me, oh, Swamiji is telling me to take Haritaki to cleanse my stomach and relieve me from this indigestion problems or constipation problems. So I can just take any laxative. No. No laxative can flush out your muscle memory from all the parasites sitting in the muscle memory. I can give you 100 examples. If you take ordinary laxatives, the chemical-based pharmaceutical company laxatives, you may have constipation cleared. You may have your stomach cleansed. But if you take Haritaki, not only your constipation will be cleansed, you will be healed. All the parasites sitting inside you and triggering the addiction memories. You being forcibly made to drink alcohol, made to smoke marijuana, made to eat non-vegetarian food. All those parasites which are sitting inside you and driving you, triggering you, forcing you to abuse yourself, destroy yourself, those parasites leave your system. You get detoxed from those parasites. That is why I am telling you, anyone who takes Haritaki, Tripala Surna, addictions will disappear. Due to the unconscious lifestyle, you collect many addictive patterns and empower them with your parasites. And those parasites nicely getting empowered, sitting inside you, literally not just rule your life, ruin your life. Haritaki is the most beautiful way to get rid of multiple parasites sitting in your muscle memory. I can give you lots of examples. If you are married, you know backseat driving. How your spouse sits in the back seat and drives you. Same way, the parasite sits inside your stomach and drives you. It drives you crazy. I don't need to tell that. You know it. Almost all physical disorders and diseases are due to the parasites sitting inside your muscle memory. Detoxing your muscle memory literally transforms your life to royal life. If you want to become king, all you need is take Haritaki and Triple Ashurna every day. Because you will not be addicted to any self-destructive behaviors. See, I am telling you not to drink alcohol, not to eat non-veg. Not because somebody who is running an alcohol company, alcohol production company, has attacked me, or somebody, the meat sellers, have attacked me. No, there is no personal vengeance, or there is no personal anger. Alcohol and non-veg are self-destructive lifestyle and habits. That's all. I am just extremely life positive, pro-life, and I want you to get enlightened. That's it. I am extremely life positive, pro-life. I just want you to get enlightened. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing else. Simple, sheer, straightforward truth. So listen, detoxing your muscle memories. There are multiple methods to detox muscle memories. Everyday intense yoga and everyday intense yoga can completely detox you, detox your muscle memories. Maybe in further satsangs I will give you many methodologies, but the most powerful methodology is just realizing it is the parasites, somebody else, eating your life and destroying your life, ruining your life, ruling your life from inside you is ruining you. These parasites rule you from inside you and ruin you. Even if you realize it, you will get rid of many of these parasites. Just picking up a memory about the smoking and immediately smoking is not cute. Just having a memory about non-veg food and immediately picking up the phone and ordering and getting it and eating is not cute. That is not royal. You eat the shit of the animal is royal. Come on. Be logical. What is royal? Living the life positive, empowered life is royal. Not that your parasites will sit inside you and rule you and ruin you and make you believe that you are living a royal life. Actually, one of my brahmacharini, when we were going in caravan, in those days when I was living in India, I used to go in caravan and all these, my kids, boys and girls, Gurukul kids, all of them will be sitting with me and That used to be a fun time for them, where they'll be laughing, joking, teasing. One of my kids asked me, Swamiji, can you get ice cream for all of us? I said, as a father, I won't say no. Get the ice cream and eat. But as a guru, I will not say yes. Because this habit of small things triggering and those parasites triggering you and you fulfilling them, when you start feeling this as a cute and freedom, that is what is the life, you are gone. I tell you, I said as a father I won't say no, but as guru I will not say yes. Do not feel cute about parasites triggering your muscle memory and you acting as the parasites are pushing you. No. Once your parasites feel empowered, you are going to do what they trigger in you. They move their ground, they go deeper into you from your muscle memory to biomemory. They get deeply rooted, they get grounded into your belief about you, into your memory about you. They grow roots from your muscle memory to biomemory. Listen, the parasites grown in biomemory level are that suicidal tendencies. You are ready even to die, but not ready to come out of many of your delusions and beliefs. I have seen people, they are ready to die, but they don't want to get out of their frustration, their anger, their vengeance. See this. Multiple examples I can give you. In Mahabharata, the Bhishma's enemy, Drishtadyumna's sister, Shikandi, she is actually Napumsaka. She takes birth again just to kill Bhishma. Means, even after death, she is not ready to give up her anger. Understand? When the parasites sit in your biomemory level, they become part of your very cognition about you. The very cognition about you, that is the most dangerous. That's the most dangerous. I can give you many examples how parasites get into your biomemory level, frustration, anger, violence, boredom, all these are parasites sitting in your biomemory. See, why you feel anger? Because you have certain conclusions about you and about others, about world. When those conclusions are triggered by these parasites, something crisscrosses by these parasites. It triggers you so much and makes you react. You just destroy everything around you and your life. I have seen multiple people who commit suicide. Once they put the fire on themselves or once they drink the poison, when they were about to die, if they are initiated, naturally they will be connected to me and I will be attending to them. See, if you are initiated and you never abused me, I have to appear when you leave the body. It is neither in your freedom nor in my freedom. It is like a automated. I have to. Tell, oh, let me die. What is there? Let me die. Stupid. It's not that you come to that conclusion. It is just cheating you. You are not telling, let me die. Your parasite is telling. Actually, when death comes, you won't be able to handle it. Many times people tell me, oh, come what may, let me face it. But when it comes, you won't be able to face it. Come what may, I'll face it, but when it comes, actually, you won't be able to face it. You won't be able to handle it. That is why I am telling, never ever contemplate about suicide. Don't ever contemplate about suicide. All life negative attitudes and aptitudes and tendencies, powerful conclusions, cognitions are the parasites sitting inside your biomemory. Let me repeat. All life negative attitudes, aptitudes, tendencies, powerful conclusions, powerful cognitions are the parasites sitting inside your biomemory. The parasites inside your biomemory triggers them. The most beautiful way of working and detoxing your biomemory is 1,200 long breath every day. 1,200 long breath and working on your sexual identity. If your sexual identity becomes life positive, maybe in further satsangs I will give you deep insights how your anger shrinks you from your sexual identity. All gender bias, people who are homophobic or any phobia you carry related to sexuality is parasites sitting in your biomemory, and that is life negative. When I see a hill, when I see a tree, when I see sea, ocean, I feel exactly how I feel when I see each one of you. The most sweetest feeling I feel when I see each one of you. I understand each one of you. I have such a sweet feeling for each one of you. I can name each one of you. How much of sweet feeling I have about each one of you. Two days before, 48 hours before, I was screaming at Tushi, Canada. Head up, Tushi. I was not able to handle myself that I screamed at her. Within 24 hours, I called her again to explain that intense love of Krishna Bhava Darshana was so much, I could not just keep quiet. I called immediately after the Krishna Bhava Darshan and tried to heal her. Because about each one of you, I have such a sweet space. I can put a long list. There are some people with whom I don't even talk or relate. For example, Hyderabad Gupta Kashi. I don't talk to her. Rarely Pada Puja Dayal Devatar calls, maybe I'll talk to her. But I have such an amazing space for her. Many of the kids, Skandamata. It's not that I talk to Skandamata. I only see her photographs. But when I see her photographs, how I feel, simply she knows. She feels that same thing at the same moment. That's exactly the way she feels when she sees my photograph. Understand? Whatever you feel seeing my photograph is the way I feel seeing you or remembering you. Even if I don't talk to you, what I carry about you, you experience seeing me. Skandamata won't understand my words, but she understands me. So I don't talk to her. But she knows me, I know her. What we both feel about each other, carry about each other. Understand how sweet, intense, intimate, life positive experience I carry about each one of you inside me, exactly the same I carry with the hills, ocean, rivers, everything I see, trees. That is why I don't feel anything is gender. Anything thing has any gender. In the energy darshan, when I hug you, how you feel about me, I feel about you. The same thing, when I hug our Kalpavriksha banyan tree, the tree feels about me and I feel about the tree. I don't know how many of you have seen me hugging our Kalpavriksha, Biddi banyan tree. It's a scene to be seen, whether the way I hug Biddi banyan tree or the way I touch the ground of Arunachala hill. That's the moment I hug Arunachala. Whenever I enter into Tiruvannamalai, I will first bend and touch Arunachala. If you have seen those moments, you know what I am talking. Or when I get into Ganga, the way I touch Ganga, my whole skin will be alive. How I am alive when I hug you in the energy darshan, or when I give you the energy darshan, with the same intensity I will be alive when I touch Ganga, or when I hug our Biddi banyan tree, Kalpavriksha, or when I touch Arunachala hill. Understand? Because I have no idea of gender. I have no idea of gender. Intensely working on the gender identity and detoxifying liberates you from all parasites sitting inside your biomemory. All the statues you see in Gajraho, they are all not pornography. Please understand, that is working on your biomemory to detox your biomemory through working on your sexual identity and gender identity. The stupid anti-Hindu gang goes on abusing us. Oh, this Gajraho is full of pornography. Dumbo, jumbo, as if your civilization is without pornography. Hey, my Hindu civilization's pornography enlightens people. I won't even call that as a pornography. I'll call it as a Shakti. Shakti Avishkarana. Through working on your sexual identity, gender identity. ஒத்த மிஷனரி போஸை வச்சுட்டு வெறும் புள்ள மட்டும் பெத்து போடுற செத்த பசங்களா, உங்களுக்கு என்னடா தெரியும்? தமிழ் தெரிஞ்சவங்க கிட்ட கேட்டு டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன் வாங்கிக்கோங்க. திரும்ப வேணா சொல்றேன், ஒத்த மிஷனரி போஸை வச்சுட்டு வெறும் புள்ள மட்டும் பெத்து போட தெரிஞ்ச செத்த பசங்களா, உங்களுக்கு என்னடா தெரியும்? Working on the gender identity, the sexual identity, liberates you from all parasites sitting in your biomemory. I tell you, if you have the knowledge about sexuality as per Hinduism, you will never have suicidal tendencies, directly, indirectly, or life negative tendencies. Many times people come and tell me, Swamiji, our ancestors, kings like Prithviraj Chauhan, or many kings, our ancestors, should not have forgiven the enemies who came to invade us, who came to destroy us. Yes, I agree. You are right. When the enemy comes with weapon, you have to handle him with weapon. All this is true. But I tell you, the justification from the king's side, a complete fulfilled being. You see, in those days our kings were directly guided by enlightened beings and they are fulfilled. Real Lakshmi was manifesting in them in every level. They were so fulfilled, powerful. They felt when the enemy was apologizing, they felt all right, let's give him a chance. A fulfilled, complete being who does not have any parasite in his biomemory will be such graceful, non-violent, exuberant being. He sees possibility for every person to flower. Of course, because of that elite, graceful lifestyle, we lost the land, no doubt. But something in that civilization is worthy of preserving. That is why I am begging all of you to be part of this revival of this great, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, Kailasa. It has something extraordinary, worthy of being preserved and revived. All mental disorders are due to the parasites sitting inside the biomemory. The pure biomemory is your Kuladevata. Mother Krunashini is the pure biomemory of the Surangi Samrajya. The Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajya's pure biomemory is Mother Krunashini. Our Kuladevata is the pure biomemory of us, our Vamsa. Listen, that is why I insist on Kuladevata worship. All of you should realize all your problems, mental or physical, is not because you are bad, but because your parasites are bad. You are letting those bad parasites sitting inside you. Turn your anger towards your parasites, not towards you. You will win the game. If you decide consciously, I will turn all my anger, frustration, violence, everything towards the parasites sitting in my muscle memory, bioenergy, not towards me, you won the game. I used to tell my kids, "Hey, nee singa kutti sirdi," means you are my lion cub. Roar. Roar towards the parasites sitting inside your muscle memory, biomemory, and bioenergy. Understand? Parasites sitting inside your bioenergy is delusion, giving up attitude. What can I do? That's all. This kind of extreme enlightenment negative, anti-enlightenment attitude is the parasites sitting inside your bioenergy. Listen carefully, I will repeat. Delusion about life means knowing that you are wrong, you try to constantly believe the other person is wrong. The denial, life denial. Delusion, life denial. Above all, giving up. Yes, this is the way it is. What can I do? I know it is right, but I don't know what to do. This is the parasite sitting inside your bioenergy. This parasite can destroy you lives after lives after lives and go round in the same rut. Totak, 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 totak. You will see same kind of father, mother and end up with the same kind of attachment and problem and land in the same kind of mess and die. Pick up next body with the same kind of type of parents, family situation, land in the same mess and die, and the same rut will go on and on and on, stuck but not breaking out. Freeing you is the parasite sitting inside your bioenergy. Only one thing can detox you from all the parasites sitting in your bioenergy, living around the master. You need to see him constantly, how he behaves, how he lives, how his muscle memory is working, how his biomemory is working, how his bioenergy is working. Guru Seva is the only way. The parasites in the bioenergy will be detoxed. Guru Seva is the most direct method of melting down all the parasites sitting inside your bioenergy. Nothing else can do it. Because bioenergy level means constantly your bioenergy need to be cleansed, detoxed, opened. Your bioenergy need to be opened, and Guru's initiation, Shakti Bada, needs to be poured inside you. And you need to go on experiencing detox. You need to be detoxed continuously. Because the parasites sitting inside your bioenergy, you collected it for many janmas, multiple births you collected. You won't get rid of it just like that in one day, 2 days. I can give you a methodology, alternative for the Guru Seva, because unfortunately most of you can't live around me, at least as on now. Have the Atma Murti, live with it whole day. When you wake up Atma Murti. When you brush the teeth, brush him. After your bath, give him bath. Before you eat, give him food. Before you go to bed, put him to bed. Living with him can detox. All the parasites sitting in your bioenergy. You can get rid of all those parasites. Detox your bioenergy through living with Atma Murti. Atma Murti is your personal deity of Guru, your personal intimate version of Guru in the form of deity. Live with the deity. That can be a substitute as on now till you get the opportunity to live with Guru. I will expand more how the detoxification can be done, how the enlightenment can be manifested immediately by removing the parasites sitting in your muscle memory, biomemory, and bioenergy. More about the nature of the parasites and the impact they create in your life and how to remove them, cleanse yourself, detox yourself from these parasites, how to get rid of these parasites. About all these three, I'll expand more and more in the further satsangs. Today I wanted to bless Paramashivoham Season 22 participants. 330 days we have crossed continuous Paramashivoham sessions. Back to back, back to back, back to back. Today is 22nd season going on. Every Amavasya we start a session and Purnima we end, and every Purnima we start and end in Amavasya. Today is the 22nd season of Paramashivoham going on. Blessings for all the Paramashivoham graduates and Paramashivoham this batch who are getting initiated and starting. Blessings to all of you. So today whatever I have spoken needs a lot of Vakyartha Sadas and Jivartha Sadas. Do it. My blessings to all of you. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूतद्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमानछत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादिसमस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्घसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराजगुरु क्षपणशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैवसमयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ 93 गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ 33 गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्मशासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुराङ्गि साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तरसहस्र श्रीमहामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्तगणनायक श्रीमहागणपति समारम्भ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरुपरम्परा प्राप्त अटलपीठ अष्टोत्तरसहस्र श्री अटलपीठाधीश्वर धर्ममुक्तिस्वर्गपुरस्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्रीकैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्रीकैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानन्द प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवच्छ्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव श्री ज्ञान सम्बन्ध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय
Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiating light. Millions and millions manifesting power. Living together all over the world. Happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but